Bicol University, or BU, the premier university in the Bicol region, Philippines, is a SUP Level 4 institution by Department of Budget and Management, or DBM standards, established on June 21, 1969, following the passage of Republic Act 5521. It has 17 colleges spread across its 7 campuses in the provinces of Albay and Sorsogon, with the College of Law and the College of Medicine as its latest addition, and recently the Doctor of Dental Medicine and Doctor of Veterinary Medicine. As of latest count, Bicol University has 82 AACUP accredited academic programs, with 3 programs accredited at Level 4. It is also a Level 3 accredited institution whose reputation as the premier university in the Bicol region is rooted in its consistent top-level performance in various licensure examinations, becoming recognized as top-performing school in accountancy, social work, midwifery, nursing, education, and engineering. BU has been given its seal of excellence as CHED recognized Center of Excellence in Teacher Education, Center of Development in Nursing Education, Center of Development in Fisheries Education, and Center for Higher Education Research. Its commitment toward national thrust and directions and in meeting the needs of its community beyond the university borders is reflected in its programs and projects as Base Agency for Bicol Consortium for Health Research and Development, or BCHRD, and Base Agency for Bicol Consortium for Agriculture, Aquatic, and Natural Resource Research and Development, or BCARD. Over the years, it has earned its place as one of the 22 leading state universities in the Philippines. Bicol University has also been recently rated as 3-star institution by the Quacquarelli-Symonds, or QS Intelligence Unit, the independent compiler of QS World University Rankings. Bicol University has expanded its linkages to Europe and Southeast Asian universities. This is Bicol University. Bicol University, or BU, the premier university in the Bicol region, Philippines, is a SUP Level 4 institution by Department of Budget and Management, or DBM standards, established on June 21.
No research without action, no action without research. A very good morning to everyone and welcome to the second day of the third International Research Conference with the theme Harmonizing Research and Health Practice Perspectives of Bicol University and St. Aoki University. I am Professor Marinel C. Pascual and I will be your host for today. To start, let us all stand for a prayer through an audiovisual presentation. Can you take A program is never complete with a statement of purpose, mechanics, and guidelines. And for that, let us all welcome Dr. Sharina J. Subcon for the statement of purpose, mechanics, and guidelines. A round of applause,
Thank you very much, Professor Pascual. Good morning and welcome to the third International Research Conference, a collaborative effort between Bicol University and St. Aoki University. This year's conference theme, Harmonizing Research and Health Practice, Perspectives of Bicol University and St. Aoki University, highlights the importance of harnessing collective expertise to tackle complex health problems. The conference, now on its second day, aims to forge linkages and collaboration, resource sharing, and effective research practices between the two institutions. Systems management and development, climate change adaptation and disaster risk reduction, socioeconomic, culture and arts and governance, health systems management and development, gender and development, inclusive education and lifelong learning, food and nutrition security and poverty reduction, and scientific technological innovations and techno-entrepreneurship industry,
and
energy,
emerging
emerging
technologies
technologies
for
for
global
global connectedness. To ensure the highest quality of research, all accepted papers must comply with the established policies and guidelines set by the University Research and
Recording in
Development.
progress.
The evaluation of best papers will be based on the following criteria: significance of findings, which includes contribution to new knowledge on science and technology and socioeconomics and humanities advancement, relevance to regional national development, with the corresponding points of 45. Next, creativity, originality and quality of work, which covers creativity, originality, quality of work, rational state-of-the-art include analysis of the problem, objectives, conceptual analytical framework and methodology, with 30 points. Manuscript or write-up, which includes accuracy of figures and language, clarity and style, and code and logic, with 15 points. And last would be the presentation, which covers clarity of presentation, speech presence, voice modulation, and response to inquiries, with 10 points, with a total of 100 points. The presentation of papers will be conducted through parallel and breakout sessions for both professional and student categories. Each paper will be graded by the evaluators prior to presentation, with the criteria for paper presentation being rated during the actual presentation. The time allotted for each presentation is 10 minutes, followed by 5 minutes for critiquing. Time management shall be strictly enforced by the officials and venue. Likewise, the panel of evaluators are given flexibility to change the time of presentation as the situation permits. The paper with the highest rating in a particular thematic area and category will be adjudged as the best paper, provided that the rating is at least 85 points. The second and third placers will also be recognized, provided they scored at least 85 points. Once the judging process is complete and winners are announced, the results should be considered final and binding to maintain the integrity and credibility of the competition. We hope that this conference will serve as a platform for the exchange of ideas, collaboration, and the advancement of research in the field of health and other related areas. Thank you for your participation, and we look forward to your valuable contributions. Have a pleasant morning.
Thank you, Dr. Sikon. The next part of this program is a paper presentation of professionals and students. During the breakout session, professional presenters will proceed to the rendezvous hall, which is located at the second floor of this building, while the student presenters will remain. The moderator of the paper presentation will are Professor Brida M. Lubere and Dr. Charina J. Sapcon, while for the professional category will be moderated by yours truly. The next, before we proceed to the highly anticipated part of this program, we will be having a 10-minute break. Thank you and good luck to all our presenters. tuberculosis patient in Legazpi City. The second presenter will be Dr. Mary Joy Besande, and the title of her paper is Antenatal Care Utilization of Mothers in Selected Cities in Bicol Region, Philippines, a Quantitative Study. The third presenter will be Dr. Richard L. Bartolata, and his study will be Enhancing Basic Nursing Procedure Performance Checklist, a comprehensive review, revision, and validation for outcome-based education. The fourth presenter will be Dr. Almes Banwa, and the title of her study po is Health Risk Behaviors of Students of Bicol University, Basis for Promoting Healthy Lifestyle. The fifth presenter will be Dr. Nera A. Galan, with the title Breastfeeding in the Workplace Promotion Program of Bicol University, a Feasibility Study. The sixth presenter po will be Dr. Michael M. Navera, with Engineer Ronnie Macasinat and Engineer Richard Palacito, with the title Innovative Design Process for the Distance Optimized Stethoscope Navigating Phases Towards Copyright Submission. The seventh presenter will be Ma'am Maria Mercedes A. Rimon with Ana Marie Abante, or Dr. Ana Marie Abante, with the title Post-Disaster Management Plan Using Gender-Responsive Approach. And of course, the last but not the least, Ma'am Farina B. Ordens with Sir Matthew M. Neo, with the title Assessment of Acute Toxicity and Water Parameter Correlations in Nile Tilapia Exposed to Ferric and Ferrous Sulfate. To our dear researchers of this international conference, I wish you a triumphant outcome in this competition. Good luck, everyone. So for our first presenter po, may I call on Professor Christian Jor L. Amaranto.
Yan sir, gagamitin mong mouse.
University Pulangi Nursing Department. So before I start my presentation, let me ask you a question. Who among you here wants to be stricken by tuberculosis? Probably no one. But can you imagine yourself experiencing tuberculosis, not just once, but twice or even more? These people are called category 2 TB patients or who have relapsed cases of tuberculosis. They are the most susceptible of having the most severe kind of tuberculosis, which is the multi-drug resistant tuberculosis. In this study, I assess the knowledge, attitude, and practices on multi-drug resistant tuberculosis among these category 2 tuberculosis patients in Legazpi City.
Ano na, sir? Scroll down. Naka-PDF ka.
Just a disclaimer, I have nothing to disclose and there is no conflict of interest on the part of the researcher. According to World Health Organization, about 1/3 of the world population infected with tuberculosis, yet only 3% of cases are being treated according to their standards. Recently, 10.4 million people developed tuberculosis, and 580,000 among them suffered from the multi-drug resistant tuberculosis. From those 580,000 cases of MTR-TB, only 125,000 were detected and reported. The Philippines have been considered a high burden country for MDR-TB. An estimated 290,000 UTB and MDR-TB cases each year were recorded in our country. Currently, only 25% of the estimated 12,000 MDR-TB cases were enrolled in treatment. We should be also alarmed that MDR-TB treatment success rate declined from 63% to 43% due to increased relapse patients and major programmatic disruptions of our Department of Health. In our local situation in Bicol region, TB remains to be a serious health concern. Presently, the Department of Health Region 5 indicated that 10,614 cases were recorded, and of this figure, 278 died. And out of this recorded in Bicol region, 2,756 cases came from our province, which is the province of Albay. The TB Philippine dashboard revealed that Albay's MDR-TB notification rate subsided from 8.4% to 6.6% according to the TB dashboard. The cities and municipalities in Albay recorded 59 MDR-TB cases. Legazpi City has the highest recorded of MDR-TB patients enrolled in the Integrated Tuberculosis Information System, or ITIS, with 24 or 40.6 incidence rate. This study aimed to look into the knowledge, attitude, and practices on multi-drug resistant tuberculosis among Category 2 TB patients in Legazpi City. This study is a descriptive correlational research that commenced at Legazpi City, which recorded the largest number of MDR-TB patients in Albay province. All Category 2 TB patients or patients with relapsed tuberculosis who were enlisted in the Drug Susceptible TB Registry, or ITIS, comprised the population of the study. Purposive sampling was utilized in this undertaking following the criteria set by the researcher. The study made use of two instruments: the questionnaire checklist and the focus group discussion. Simple statistics were utilized to summarize the profile of the respondents, the association between the level of knowledge, attitude, and practices with the nominal variables was determined using points by serial correlation. The Category 2 TB patients are mostly male in the age bracket of 40 to 64 years old, have reached high school level, and belong to families with poor income. Out of 135 patients, 92 or 68.15% indicated that they have taken TB medications for less than 6 months. There were 113 or 83.71% of the patients who were categorized as relapsed. 53 or 39.26% of the patients have hypertension. Most of the respondents got a good knowledge regarding MDR-TB. However, misconceptions also exist. For example, 4% of the respondents thought that cold temperatures can cause MDR-TB. These results accept the study of Anucci et al. Reporting a good awareness and knowledge of TB among residents at a rural community in Southeast Nigeria. Attitude towards MDR-TB among Category 2 TB patients was favorable, but still, diagnosis of TB is still associated with stigma affecting their self-esteem. It should be noted that the respondents have an unfavorable attitude toward the statements that they were embarrassed by being diagnosed with MDR-TB and not blaming themselves for their MDR-TB status. The findings of this study are consistent with those of a study conducted in Venda Limpopo province of South Africa, where it was found that people did not disclose their status for fear of isolation. The majority of the respondents have very good health practices related to tuberculosis. Yet, there are still some unacceptable practices detected. Some of the respondents have faith in spiritual powers and believe that by praying, they will be protected from MDR-TB infection. The significant relationship between the knowledge, attitude, and practices of the respondents was also considered. Based on the findings, the social demographic and medical profile of the respondents have a weak to very weak relationship to their level of knowledge, attitude, and practice. This is due to almost similar variation observed among respondents. This study concludes that most of the respondents have a good to very good knowledge have a very good knowledge, attitude, and practices. And the demographic and medical profiles of respondents may somehow affect their knowledge, attitude, and practices. Since this study yielded positive knowledge, attitude, and practices from the respondents, the researcher recommends recruiting TB patients as health educators and advocates through Health MDR-TB or Health Education Learning Program for MDR-TB. This program will follow the TERRA technique to prevent MDR-TB. T, treat the patient first. E, educate them on all the information regarding TB and MDR-TB. R, recruit them as health educators. And lastly, letter A, advocate in their community. The visibility of the patients in the community as advocates may also help in abolishing the stigma and raising awareness among the general public. It is indeed right that tuberculosis is a reminder that we are all connected to each other, and the health of one affects the health of all. Always remember that nothing in this life is to be feared, it is only to be understood. Now is the time to understand MDR-TB. Fear less and learn more. Thank you so much.
Dire-diretso na. Dire-diretso na. Tayo na pong question and answer.
Good morning. Thank you for that presentation, Professor Amaranto. We appreciated the work that you have done for these patients. May I just be clarified po? I would like to know what particular I would give now, coming from where I am, I would give
Teka muna muna. Okay. Sorry.
I respect whatever is your expertise. So I submit to everyone, I humbly submit to everyone that this field is your field. But may I just be asking, coming from my perspective, what particular descriptive correlational research design you've adopted? I tried to research kasi about Prepo. You quoted or you noted him on your paper. So unfortunately, I was not able to download his paper. So siguro in just a short description or short sharing for me to actually also validate the use of questionnaire checklist and focus group discussion for this particular design. you may post, sir. Just a short clarification about that.
Okay, primarily, I have used a questionnaire for the knowledge, attitude, and practices of our, category 2 TB patients in Legazpi City. And the focus group discussion is just merely for, um, um, their input regarding the recommendation of this study. So I have just, applied content analysis of what is on the focus group discussion, and I have not, generated codes coming from the focus discussion that I have.
Thank you, sir. So that answers why I did not see any,
Codes.
yes, quali interpretation in the
Because-
discussions. Okay, so thank you so much. At least it is clarified.
Congratulations on your presentation. I think this is also good material for extension. And my question is, how you will develop this one as an extension project? Because I think the result can be used for developing training program or extension program for those who are affected by this speaking. But the question is, that you could answer this one, that one later. What is your something?
Proposing something.
If it is proposing something, it is better not to, because proposing something, you cannot do inferential statistics. Because basically, you can do inferential statistics if it is run wrong. But there are some areas here in your paper that you're talking about null hypothesis. Null hypothesis, testing the hypothesis is applicable if you're conducting inferential statistics. So I think better that you look for the magnitude of relationship. You know, you are measuring that you are correct. You don't put here the p-value in your table. There is no p-value. The p-value basically is an inferential statistics. That's correct. Because this is more measuring the relationship. But in the paper, you're looking the term significant. You can probably remove the word significant because when you talk about significant, you're talking about the p-value. Okay. Just remove that word, but it's okay. Your table is in the terms of presentation of, because this is only descriptive, correlational descriptive. You are not conducting an inferential statistics. Okay, but you know, put a lot of discussion also. What is the implication? Because I'm looking also the implication. If the result is very weak, to weak linear relationship, what does it mean? You can include that more in your implication in the discussion. Congratulations.
Regarding the extension activity now, that's what's mentioned by sir. So, actually, there are various programs implemented by the Department of Health regarding tuberculosis. So, due to these various programs that have been implemented by Department of Health, most of the public is aware regarding tuberculosis. Yes, we have the awareness, but I think in my paper, the statement is still there. So I want them to serve as an advocates of this certain disease because their visibility in our community will help us to accept them. So as I think it is not just applicable to Legazpi City. So for a more generalizability of this study, so I think I can also apply extension activities through this health to other rural health units and city health offices in Albay, since our recorded TB cases is from Albay.
Thank you. So I think aside from the extension, we can also develop an EIC material, considering though there are a lot of EIC materials present in the plant, you can develop by DOS. So I think with PS, it would be proper, I guess, to enhance the existing IEC materials, considering we have the information specifically for the weather. Okay. So So actually, all the studies are submitted to be via ICAP. I have already several observations and comments. One of it is yung sinabi ni Sir on the scientific statistics. But there are may mga discrepancies on the figures, especially na notice ko yung sa table 3, the weighted mean is 4.3, but you into 5, I think. So yun, you need to check all the figures considering this will affect your interpretation and analysis in the manuscript. Okay. So may feeling na lang ako dito, since this is a cap, I do some research about cap. Pero ito is how do you improve the knowledge, attitude, and practices of handling our TB patients?
Actually, sir, this research have come up with the result that the patients yielded a good knowledge, a favorable attitude, and they have also good practices regarding tuberculosis. Because I think of the several factors and the programs implemented by the Department of Health. So I think I will most focus on the attitude because there are certain statements there that are unfavorable. Especially, as I mentioned a while ago, about the stigmatization of our tuberculosis. So, di ba, ang tagal-tagal na po natin may, this is a long fight against tuberculosis, but still, we have stigma regarding tuberculosis. So, I think we can improve the attitude of this patients by showing them that the community is accepting them. Okay, and as I said a while ago, the visibility of them can help, okay, to boost their attitude regarding fighting this certain kind of disease. Because as we all know, tuberculosis is curable and it has treatment.
And I noticed that in regards to the farming income is less than 7,890. And yun, mahirap talaga yung kita kasi minsan nakaayawan ka. But the challenge is, how can we help these patients na to at least madagdagan yung income na hindi sila consider na ability or pag-iwanan. So, in your views, ano ang possible na strategy or method so that the community can do your study with the awareness and aware so yun, anong how do you address this considering may medical siya, minsan walang pangpapal. So,
I really refer to the socioeconomic status of these patients. Okay, so regarding socioeconomic status of the patient, so mostly of the patients that are having their checkup in the City Health Office of Legazpi came from these poor families. Yes, but the medications for tuberculosis is free. Okay, for the entire 6 months. So I think for the baka kasi sabihin yung trabaho, baka maapektuhan if you are positive for tuberculosis. I think with that, we can provide orientation for different agencies, especially agencies with a lot of workers, that tuberculosis can be treated. As a matter of fact, in just 2 weeks, they are not transmissible, given that they are abiding with the treatment regimen given to them. So I think giving education to these institutions can be helpful to these patients.
So I think you can include that in your presentation. Kasi specific lang yung recommendation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Mouse lang po. Mouse. Please.
Good morning, everyone. To our panel of evaluators and my co-presenters, and to the participants in this international conference, good morning. I'd like to present to you my study on antenatal care utilization of mothers in selected cities in Bicol region, a quantitative study. This was actually funded by the Department of Health Region 5 in collaboration with Bicol University and Bicol Consortium for Health Research and Development. Yours truly, Professor Mary Joy B. Sande from Bicol University College of Nursing.
Scroll down.
Yeah.
Di pa, yung mouse na.
Antenatal care is an important mandatory preventive care freely given by the Philippine government to pregnant mothers. Despite the available ANC service in the country, not all pregnant mothers avail of the service. In 2014, the Department of Health reported that 78% of women had at least 4 ANC visits. In 2018, the WHO recorded poverty, distance, lack of information, inadequate services, and cultural practices prevent women from seeking care. And in 2012, among the cities in Bicol region, Iriga has the highest MMR and Tabaco City the lowest, hence the setting of the study. So it was the objective of the study to determine.
Di ma'am. Di siya ma'am. Gusto mo ako na lang mag-present? Just give me the glance. Ako muna. Yeah.
Is to determine the social demographic profile, the ANC services utilization, and the different problems encountered in the utilization of ANC services.
Pwede click yun, di ba? Pwede ma'am click.
Click mo na.
Yeah.
Click na lang.
Okay, click na lang.
Nakatry din sa isa. Nahulog siya on his own. Nakatayo mo.
Ah, okay.
Nakatayo mo siya dapat hindi.
Nag-timer sa'yo. Okay. PowerPoint niya. Sige lang ma'am.
Okay, so the sorry to answer the report.
Okay.
I don't know how to read. Can I use my laptop? I have one. Kakainin yung situation natin.
Screen share. Ano ma'am, naliw mo yung yes time. Ako ralion mo na lang ma'am. May aron nag-timing ka pala. Sige lang. From beginning ma'am. Tapos.
Rewind. Sorry.
Tingnan. Okay ma'am. Sige po. Ah. Scroll up ma'am. Yeah.
Okay, the study made use of quantitative descriptive research design. And in getting the population, we made use of purposive sampling wherein respondents were chosen among the postpartum mothers with the reproductive age of 18 to 45 years of age, regardless of utilization, non-utilization, or partial utilization of ANC services. And to get the sample size from the population, we made use of proportionate sampling of 10%, wherein we arrived at 392 from Tabaco City and 334 from Iriga City. For the data analysis, frequency counting, percentage, and ranking were used, and the instrument developed was based on the WHO focused antenatal care guidelines, wherein it was translated to Tagalog. And under the social demographic profile, we requested the mothers to choose among the options given under the social demographic profile. And the antenatal care utilization on health assessment and health promotion and care provisions, we requested the mothers to answer a yes or no for the utilization or non-utilization of ANC services. If 1
to 20% of the mothers answered yes, it is only considered as poor utilization. If 21 to 40% of them answered yes, it's fair utilization. 41 to 60% good utilization, 61 to 80% very good, and 81 to 100% excellent utilization. And multiple response was used in determining the problems encountered by the mothers in the ANC utilization. Data gathering commenced after technical and ethical clearances were awarded from the PCHRD and BRTTHRIB. Hence, approval from the mayor, city health officer, and barangay captains were obtained. Then random selection of the respondents were done through the help of the barangay tanod and BHW as the guide. Then they were requested to sign the informed consent, and guided interviews commenced through the use of survey questionnaire, through the help also of the trained enumerators. Data collation and analysis followed. Now let me present to you the findings of the study. Most of the mothers from both cities belong to 23 to 32 years of age with 1 to 3 children, single. They belong to nuclear family with 4 to 6 children, and most of them are high school graduates, unemployed or housewives, and from a poor family. Antenatal care initially begins with history taking, and it establishes rapport between the healthcare practitioner and the patients. True enough, the excellent utilization of mothers on history-taking services. It is followed by physical examination services, to which mothers are subjected to BMI computation, blood pressure, taking, assessment of fetal growth and movement, and multiple pregnancy, which received excellent utilization, except for the check-in for oral health care and check-in for thyroid enlargement, which only achieved fair to good utilization from both cities. And it is imperative that pregnant mothers receive or assessed through laboratory examination services, which includes hematocrit, CBC, blood type, urinalysis, pregnancy test, HIV test, and sexually transmitted infection test, which have a fair to good utilization. Except for the poor utilization in Iriga City. This is very significant because syphilis, stool exam, and acetic acid wash were fully utilized in Iriga. And in Tabaco City, it has fair to good utilization. And between the two cities, Iriga has poor to very good utilization on all the services, and then Tabaco City has fair to excellent. Health promotion services includes health education and counseling, to which it has a very good utilization in Iriga City and excellent utilization in Tabaco City, except for safe sex education. Because according to them, it's taboo to talk about sex during pregnancy. And it has good utilization in Iriga and very good utilization in Tabaco City. So care provision is given to pregnant mothers, which includes iron folic acid supplementation and tetanus toxoid immunization, which has excellent utilization for both cities, except for oral health checkup and prophylaxis. And lastly, the different problems encountered in both cities. In Iriga, they have identified personal issues as their number one problem. Because now of bad attitudes of wives, nurses, doctors, and some problems encountered, unequal treatment to poor patients, and no available medicine. And second to Iriga City, in Iriga City is the financial constraints. On the other hand, in Tabaco, financial constraints is the main issue, seconded by personal issues. So the study have concluded that mothers in both cities were young adults with low education level who lived with their partners in a poor small nuclear family. And not all ANC services were excellently utilized, specifically on test for syphilis, stool, acetic acid wash, oral health checkup prophylaxis, and safe sex education. And mothers encountered various problems when seeking ANC services, the most common of which were financial and personal issues. So the study would like to recommend to meet the financial limits of mothers for exam costs and private laboratories, and to improve ANC services, it may include a provision of ultrasound machine in every city or municipal health office. Actually, this is a dream. I don't know if this will, I have already pitched this to the Department of Health. Until now, there's no response from them. And a review of the government's dental health program may address poor to fair oral dental treatment due to low dentist to target recipient ratio. And the government support can create a happy pregnant experience and a well-informed and motivated pregnant mothers. That's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Prof. Mary Joy Sande. Congratulations to everyone, no? Not only to Madam, but to all the presenters. As I mentioned earlier, you are really doing well in your own field of specialization. I would like also to comment the paper and the presenter for really highlighting ethical consideration. This is one thing that I would like also to recommend to everybody here, specifically if you're going to submit your paper for publication. So in terms of publication, may I just ask Madam Sande, has this paper been submitted for a presentation or publication in another venue or another conference?
Yes, sir.
So that is so that is why it answers the formatting of the papers. It's on a footnote basis, ano po, kasi medyo varied yung formatting. May I just be clarified, Madam, in any of the review or submission, in any publication or presentation, it was not mentioned here if what particular type of translation you use in your instrument.
We hired for a translator, a Filipino expert on the field. And actually, we had a problem with because the Filipino translation was so Filipino talaga. So that's why during the interview, during the data gathering, we still have to explain the Tagalog. So that
yeah,
was what we
the translation of
encountered.
top translation, not the free or the literal translation.
Yeah, yes, ma'am.
Maybe we could consider that next
Yeah,
time.
that's a lesson learned as a researcher.
Thank you for that, Bob. Ma'am, may I just also ask, you mentioned about statistical treatments. However, when I browse on the paper, it was more on, the highlight is more on frequency and I think, yeah, frequency and percentage.
Yeah, ma'am, because we only ask the respondents to answer a yes or a no. And if they have answered, we took the frequencies of those who answered yes. And then if 1% to 20% of the population answered yes, there is an equivalent percentage and description, like it's a poorly utilized service.
Thank you, ma'am, for that response. So I think if I may I humbly suggest to remove statistical treatment here, because frequency and percentage is not considered a statistical treatment. So maybe if we could just consider that, and because there will be, we need to align. I'm sorry, no, for this, as I mentioned earlier, I will focus on my expertise because I consider that antenatal health services are your expertise. Let me just also focus on this one. We've mentioned quantitative descriptive research design here. I am looking usually for a model. This is not only for Dr. Sande, no, this is also for everybody, all researchers present in the house. Given this opportunity, if I may suggest po, specifically, if we are combining specific designs, and if we are combining specific methods, please make sure po, if we adopted it, write the source. If we are the one who actually presented a new design, so let us make sure that we clearly identify that we are the one proposing that particular design. For example, descriptive, quantitative. I have this experience, siguro i-share ko na din, this is the right platform for this. So that little by little, our fellow researchers in the university or even in the Philippines would actually consider this. I received actually, not so good, but that is a learning experience also for me. Feedback from colleagues outside the country. When we use the term descriptive research design, I was actually lectured and I humbly accepted that because we have to accept that all research, whatever is the design, either in the quantitative or qualitative approach or the mixed research approach, they all wanted to describe. However, in the quantitative, the reason we're using statistical treatment is we wanted to describe the population. In qualitative, the reason is we want to describe a phenomenon. So when we do this, we have to clearly identify what particular design. So maririnig nyo akong magtatanong lagi ng model yung sa mga next, ano ko na, no? So i-advance ko na po. And that is actually what we wanted to do. Specifically kung nasa publication, ano na po ito madam, no? So congratulations for that. The same with Sir Dior din po, no? Yung sa alignment, ito-publish na sir itong paper. So that the way that we will read also the result will be aligned to the way that we also conducted the study. Rigor is so important in conducting a specific study, whatever is your field po. But yeah, congratulations po, madam, for that.
Thank you so much. We'll take care for all the suggestions.
Congratulations, madam.
Thank you.
What is your unit of analysis?
May I be clarified with the question, sir?
Because when I look at your analysis,
It's a different terminology.
I'm really analyzing your table. You know,
The graph.
your presentation, the graph. And then you have your legend, zero, no utilization.
Yeah, that's
So I'm looking that your analysis is actually from the,
principle.
yeah, frequency, but your unit of analysis is in the local government unit. The illegal city and the tobacco.
Yeah, because of they have the highest maternal mortality rate and the lowest has.
And you are comparing.
Not really comparing, but during the technical review of the BCHRD, initially, the setting was only in Iriga, having the highest among the cities with MMR. But then it was suggested by one of the panel to include tobacco city, but not to compare according to him, just to have a view why.
It looks like
because
that you
it's-
compare.
Yeah, it's recommendatory, maybe the result from tobacco city, will really see why they have a lower MMR. And actually, it revealed there, because majority of the utilization in Iriga are poor. If you compare, that's not really a comparative, but this is a point of reference for Tobacco City, for Iriga, a recommendatory for Iriga City. Why Tobacco City have the lower MMR than Iriga City? So during when we went back to, because they requested for the result of the study, so they know already the result.
Actually, ma'am, when I look at your study, of course, the no utilization and good utilization, you measure the local government unit.
The RHG.
Yes,
City-
yes,
yeah,
because
City Health
The
Office
40 was
actually.
60% here, representing the percentage of utilization in terms of the local government unit. Okay,
That's-
it's because your instrument is yes or no. The
Yes,
answer is your, it's actually when you conducted survey to the mothers, there are only two answers, yes or no. And you try to probably look at
Yes.
number of mothers that you have answered yes and no, and you look at from the perspective of the local government unit to measure whether they are in poor utilization as a local government unit, because here, the table here, 100%, 99%. The blue one is actually, the orange one is tobacco. And then you have here down here, the legend of 99, meaning, the percent of utilization, this answer, yes, isn't it correct? my interpretation.
Opo,
it means
that's correct.
100%, meaning all the respondents answered
Answered.
yes.
Tama.
Then you analyze it, that is really, but if it is 100%, that is excellent.
Tama.
That's how you presented it. Very this one, we articulate also that one in your methodology, the process, because
Actually, I did.
yeah, here, the last part of your methodology, the articulation is yes or no. But in the process of analyzing the result, it's more on the perspective of the local government.
Well noted, sir.
Yeah. Because this no utilization, good utilization, poor utilization, very good utilization can be included also here in your methods. Because you now, you are not interpreting, that's why I'm asking you, what is your unit of analysis? If your unit of analysis is already the local government, then your recommendation, which is actually consistent with, because the problem is actually the economic aspect, and then you are recommending to the local government unit, your recommendation here is to improvement by including ultrasound machine in every city, and that is local government unit.
Well noted.
Your recommendation is not specifically for the mothers, isn't it? Your recommendation is for local. Therefore, your unit of analysis in the entire process is the local
Yeah,
government unit.
well noted.
So I'm looking whether you are really recommending it to the mothers, diba? Hindi naman mothers
Hindi
yun,
naman po.
but as nasa
To improve the service po.
service of the local government.
Kami po na
So,
natin healthcare system.
so sa akin, to be consistent with your analysis, kasi you just make yes or no to you conducted a survey to the market. But the end of your analysis, you are looking at the level of the local government.
Well noted.
You articulate that one properly in your methodology.
Okay, po. Thank you, sir.
My big question is related to Sir Helmer, considering you mentioned a while ago that tobacco and iriga, because of the highest yeah, that's the reason why it's iriga and tobacco. Yun ang napili natin sa ang methodology. So yung part na yun. Sabi ko, bakit hindi mo include yung tapong na signal sa advice. So that's giving. But yun nga, in 2014, we have 78% of women having just 4 agencies. And in 2017, 87%. 78, tapos naging 87, and then 40. So, ano po is, what are the interventions made by the local government considering that it's your unit of analysis? Your charges at
Yeah, we have the NDP program, sir, where each barangay has its own nurse, naka-assign na nurse and midwives. But still, despite they go there are still mothers who get away from them. And usually they have some personal reasons when we ask them about it. Nandiyan na nga, libre na. Ba't hindi nyo pa i-avail? But they have, and patients sometimes they have their own beliefs and practices that that's the challenge actually to us. Nurses, those in the healthcare system, that's a challenge because culturally speaking, we Filipinos we have so many beliefs and practices that affect the care provision that we give to them. So, but we don't lose hope. Every day is an improvement, every day is a learning to us. So that's why we have this research book and we funded by the Department of Health. They still ask again for researches for them to be funded by them actually.
It's a good opportunity and avenue to expand the research, considering there are a lot of LGUs. Sabi ko nga, bakit hindi nilingkod yung Santo Domingo? Para makita ko yung para I can suggest to LGUs. But my question, ma'am, is with these figures and the challenges you've encountered, what is now your suggestions or recommendations to LGUs in order to improve the services?
Actually, I have submitted the paper for pitching. I pitched, and there are Department of Health personnel admin there. And actually, the PCHRD contacted me, ma'am, how's your pitch already in the Department of, sabi ko, ngayon, isa pa rin ang dentist. Wala pa rin ultrasound machine. But I think it's still a long way to go. And I hope they can still consider the result of the study. And maybe it's a dream that will be realized in the future. I hope so, because maybe of the budget din po, di ba nag-pandemic na si Coach? Kaya ganun siguro. Anyway.
I have one more question. What would be the implication? Kasi interesado lang. If there is a poor utilization sa CPs, student examinations, at civic passing watch, ano yung maging effect? In
Ayan.
the long run, if there is a poor utilization?
Yeah. Because those tests are included in the focused antenatal care guidelines. They should be doing that. And in Iriga City, when we go back to them, there was the midwives did not know that acetic acid wash should be done. So now, gagawin pala yun, yes po, it's part of the guidelines.
Kung hindi na gagawin mo, anong magiging?
Actually, kung hindi siya gagawin, hindi matitest ng maaga kung may cancer ba yung patient. So those tests are important for preventive measures.
Oh, that's why it's
Like the syphilis also.
Kasi if they are in poor utilization, what is the implication to the health ng mga mothers, saka yung mga anak?
Yeah, it will have an implication with the treatment, because it will be too late already. If, for example, they are pregnant and that the unborn child will be affected. So that's why it's part of the guidelines. That's why mayroong guidelines po ang Department of Health ng antenatal. So yun. Thank you very much po, and all the suggestions are well taken.
Scroll down, sir.
Good morning. SDG 4 highlights the importance of inclusive, equitable, high-quality education. CMO number 15 series of 2017 policy standards and guidelines for the Bachelor of Science in Nursing program requires nursing schools to shift to an outcomes-based approach. This underscores the importance of aligning evaluative tools such as nursing procedure assessment checklists with outcomes-based education principles. And this also aligned to the conference theme, harmonizing research and health practice.
Click lang, sir. Click lang po. Wait lang. Listen mo. That's it. Just say it. Next na lang. Okay.
Okay, that's done. Next. This study aimed to align the performance checklist with outcomes-based education or OBE principles by reviewing and identifying gaps, revising the checklist based on identified gaps, validating them, and developing the final version based on research findings. The methodologies and procedures involve reviewing and analyzing documents using an expert-validated OBE review tool, which were subsequently revised to align with OBE principles. Following this revision, user validation of the performance checklist was conducted. The validation process of the revised performance checklist included a purposive sampling of 30 clinical instructors and 112 BSN students who provided written and consent for ethical soundness. A 4-point scale questionnaire comprising 6 criteria was utilized. 3 levels of analysis were conducted and the study findings. Subsequently, the final version of the performance checklist was filed. Now, I present the results of the study in matrix format encompassing the review process where gaps are identified, revisions specifying action taken to bridge the gaps based on the OBE parameters with checklists. The unclear descriptions of nursing procedures omit learning outcomes and fail to align with student expected learning outcomes, resulting in reduced clarity and relevance. Additionally, the absence of formative evaluation impedes the provision of immediate feedback. Hence, the study emphasized detailed procedure description, standardization, and specific learning outcomes in checklists. The checklists were aligned with the course learning outcomes to improve assessment validity, reliability, and student competency. Formative evaluation checklists were also developed to promote self-reflection, enhance self-awareness, and facilitate lifelong learning. The OBE parameters for rating scales identified gaps such as inconsistency with outcomes based on the evaluation, misalignment with BSN curriculum affecting consistency, lack of specificity in scale attributes impacting assessment, comprehensiveness, failure to reflect formative evaluation principles, limiting feedback, unclear instructions affecting accuracy, and absence of qualitative feedback limiting insights. Actions taken were integrating outcomes-based assessment scales into checklists, adjusting rating scales to match BSN curriculum for comprehensive assessment, aligning attributes with learning outcomes for fairness, and providing clear instructions for accuracy. Qualitative feedback was added to offer valuable insights. For the level of mastery, the identified gaps were twofold: non-integration of learning outcomes into each level's performance checklist, and unclear checklist instructions for students and faculty on mechanics and use. As interventions, the study integrated learning outcomes into checklists for focused evaluation, aligning with curriculum goals to track student progress. Clear instructions were also created for students and instructors on using performance criteria to ensure consistent, clear, and effective evaluation. Next. The study found that checklists deviate from the standard format, impacting consistency and usability. Furthermore, checklists lack updated references, potentially hindering evidence-based practice. Therefore, the study crafted standardized performance checklists to ensure consistent, clear, and efficient evaluation. Also, the study incorporated up-to-date references in checklists to align with nursing standards. The research findings resulted in the creation of 3 manuals of basic nursing procedures performance checklists. And this manual evaluates nursing students' competency in skills laboratory and clinical settings. It aids clinical instructors in assessing students based on learning outcomes, ensuring they possess the required skills, knowledge, and attitudes for safe patient care. Would you be interested in reviewing a sample performance checklist for formative and summative evaluation? OBE requirements have been incorporated into the checklist, including a brief description, purpose, instructions for clinical instructors, learning outcomes, specific tasks, and qualitative comments and feedback. Unlike the formative evaluation checklist, summative evaluation checklists include the aforementioned attributes and a 5-point rating scale, a description of each level of competency, a computation of grades guide, and a case scenario for simulation. The user validation of performance checklists yielded significant insights, with clinical instructors giving positive feedback on the checklist type, acceptability, relevance, and effectiveness. And this highlights the importance of user-friendly and comprehensive assessment tools in nursing education. Likewise, students' validation results also yielded high ratings across various aspects, and this positively impacts student learning, development, and preparation for clinical evaluation. The study findings lead to the following conclusions. The review underscores the necessity for substantial improvements in performing checklists to ensure precise formative evaluation and efficient outcomes-based assessment in BSN program. The revision significantly enhances the performance checklist and improves the overall effectiveness and accuracy of the assessment process. The alignment between clinical instructors and student nurses in validating performance checklists demonstrates a shared understanding of the benefits leading to enhanced nursing education and a transition toward a more student-centered assessment approach. Based on the conclusions of the study, the following recommendations are put forth. The dean should provide a comprehensive training program to faculty on revising checklists for consistent assessment during faculty enhancement activities. The quality assurance chair should review nursing procedures for alignment with learning outcomes and support of BSN program competencies. Level coordinators must update performance checklists to match best practices and goals, introducing them to students during orientations with an emphasis on alignment with learning outcomes and ensuring essential feedback mechanisms and improvement loops. Clinical instructors must actively engage students in designing inclusive checklists, soliciting feedback to identify improvement areas, and utilizing comprehensive rating scales effectively for progress monitoring and highlighting development areas. Student nurses should actively validate nursing procedure checklists, focusing on student-centered assessment, feedback, and communication, while also aligning with learning outcomes, understanding revisions, adhering to fairness criteria, and advocating continuous improvement as critical actions. Allow me to conclude my presentation by highlighting the social relevance of this study. Refining nursing procedure checklists based on OBE principles hold the potential to enhance healthcare quality. This ensures that nursing graduates are better prepared to meet evolving healthcare system needs, addressing societal demands for competent, skilled professionals. Ultimately, this contributes to improved health outcomes and enhanced patient safety. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, and congratulations. So, the output of this would be submitted for IPMB for IPS.
Yes,
And,
we have submitted.
our members. And this will pass through the scrutiny of the PPA. Take much of
Instructional material.
Yes. And my question is, what are the challenges and opportunities experienced by the faculty and the students in using the revised OBE evaluation for the
May I present the recommendations, because based on the recommendations, probably we could perceive the challenges of
say one of the challenge in crafting and finalizing the manuscript for publications that you will compress this pages.
Yes.
So this is the challenge for you.
And I accept
How to compress the for the pages into 11 pages. So there are a lot of discussions na ilalagay. So that is the big challenge. So I think yun lang, sir, ang pinaka devise a strategy how we will present the entire manuscript or findings in 11 to 16 pages. So yun, sir.
Congratulations, sir. I would say your output, you revise.
the output actually
Revise.
is the manual.
It's a very long.
Each manual has a number of checklists.
Checklist.
We have like nursing care management 101, which is health assessment, and we have like two very long checklists. And that is used to assess a client from head to toe. Okay, and we also have 33 checklists that we have revised and validated in NCM 103. Yeah. Okay, and we have submitted the.
Because I'm looking also, because there is the revised, so where is that revised, evaluation tool?
Yeah, I'm going to submit
But
that.
it's a very big, it's okay,
Very
sir.
thick. Actually, it's very thick, but we opted to divide the manual into three. We have 101, physical assessment, 103 for fundamentals of nursing practice. 3 would be community health nursing, 104 and 107. So we have actually 3 items for manual.
So better, sir, you try also to put a little bit summary of that, yung parang,
Yes,
There will
every manual contains the preface, the contents, and then what else? The contents.
anyway, so when I'm asking to you is, you know, to give us a little bit, you know, in your paper, that the content of the manual comprised of this, just a brief summary of it. For me to understand what looks like the revised manual of operation. It is being used on, for what subjects?
For 101, NCM nursing care management 101, 103, 104, and 107.
So there are several,
All professional nursing courses with laboratories, with skills laboratories and REE in the clinical.
so this is very good, sir. This can be utilized in the instruction.
Yes, and for commercialization.
Commercialization, okay. Another question, sir, because the last part here is the validating the manual.
Yes.
And you use
Aside from the manual itself, the checklist.
the checklist, and you have validated it to the students, basically.
Clinical instructors,
And-
30 of them, and 100.
And you use your the Likert scale.
Yeah.
I think there could be another study. You try also to measure the with or without. Without manual, with manual, because you know, Likert scale is more on perception. But the end goal of this manual is basically a tool is to measure the learning outcomes. Isn't it? You need to develop a correct tool in order for you to measure properly learning outcomes.
Based on COVID.
Yeah, that's the connection in that. So, you know, if the manual is not appropriate, you cannot really measure the learning outcome. If you would like to measure whether the manual is really good, very good, better next in the experiment, you know, you can conduct a study without manual, with manual. What's the difference of that? The result. So from a future study, sir.
That's one of the weaknesses.
Yeah.
Of the study, and it calls for another proposal.
Yeah.
For say, expert validation,
Correct, sir.
and then the one that you mentioned.
Thank you, sir. Tayo sa puto.
Yan ang expert si Ma'am sa OEE, kaya medyo tinabahan.
Thank you, sir. So I really appreciate this because in the university, it is really our goal to advance higher education, specifically nursing ed. So, sir, thank you for this, but I would like to support their suggestion. Talagang hopefully to see this in a publishable paper format. Because I was really interested in the title. Pero sabi ko, that's parang terminal. But anyway, beyond that po, sir, maybe I would just first, I would like to focus first on how are we going to present that, no? My question, same question with others, is more on the your design first. Mamaya na po tayo sa OBE. Nag-descriptive study po kayo, yung team niyo po, sir. Is that team ito? So, if ano po, no, if descriptive ito, please just siguro give us what particular model. Kasi may mga nabasa na din ako na quantitative in nursing. I mean, qualitative designs in nursing. Kasi nakita ko po nag-document analysis kayo. But it was not clearly stated anong particular analysis, yes. ginamit for this particular one. When we do the document analysis, paano niyo po ba tinignan yung documents? Anong data lang yung kinuha niyo doon? And after that, gathering the raw data, paano po ba natin nakuha itong mga findings natin based on that data? Kasi napaka-importante. This is somewhat, sir, really good if you wanted to publish this kasi most of the time, we don't focus on existing or archive data that we have. And document analysis is one of them. Really good. However, yung participants niyo po, sir, na students and faculty, they were used for the survey, checklist, something. So I hope that if you are going to fully use a qualitative approach for this study, we could also highlight that here. Kasi nakita ko po, this could be a developmental research. I don't know if you heard po of Richie and Clean, the way that they pattern their instructional material development design, it's actually really good model to adapt. I think they are actually improving that particular model. Specifically, if you said po, sir, that the output is actually a manual. So, if I may just suggest, or a friend ko naman si sir, pwede yung isend sa kanya yung reference of how he could actually, of how the team could actually write this in that manner, na align doon sa developmental research design. Kasi minsan po, lagi natin itong narinig merong descriptive, yun nga, yung pinocombine natin, or minsan naman, descriptive developmental. Pero my dear colleagues po in the university, there is actually a developmental design, an IM design that we are adapting in higher ed or even in basic ed when we develop something. So doon po, merong type 1, for example, if you develop instructional material, type 2 if you develop a program, type 3 kapag other development in terms of education. So this one is so really important kasi OBE. So focus pa ako doon. In the presentation of the findings, ano po, kasi yung title so interesting, something that we could work on siguro together. Kasi nakita ko highly textual yung data. Sabi dito, sige po, validation for outcomes-based education. My question is, saan po siya pumasok when you have actually written your findings? The OBE principle.
Principles.
So,
The study was guided by the OBE principle. As a matter of fact, the tool was validated by an OBE expert.
So, as we've mentioned po, we could highlight what particular principles have you actually adapted specifically in the tool. Kasi this is so important because it was in the title. So, ibig sabihin yun yung highlight natin. And maybe we could work on po in the future. Gusto ko yung makita namin nila, sir. Kahit portion lang. Para ano lang po siya, sir, na i-include natin na, this was the result of this one. Kasi, pag tinignan ko yung objective, siguro po this is for everybody, not only for sir. The alignment is so necessary and important. Kahit sobrang immersed ako, for example, binasa ko yung, sobrang importante ng research niya. Pag minsan na ako sa methodology, wait lang, parang hindi align. Pag findings, wait lang, parang hindi niya nasagot yung objective niya na ganito. So siguro something to look into, lalo na po sa atin na we are preparing to really publish and produce different outputs about our research. But sir, this is a really good study that you could be an expert on. Continue being the OBE in nursing ed expert, di ba? So, yun. In the future, continue more, explore more. So, congratulations to sir and everybody.
Thank you.
We just remind all the evaluators po that you are just given 5 minutes po. All of you po, the evaluators, for the for the interest of time po. Thank you so much po, my dear evaluators.
Good morning, everyone. I'll be presenting a research health risk behaviors of students of Bicol University, basis for promoting healthy lifestyle. Young adulthood is a transition from adolescence to adulthood. And they encounter health issues, in particular with their roles and relationships. Their inappropriate decisions affect health and well-being, such as the health risk behaviors, which have potential harmful effects on health. This can lead to lifestyle-related disorders later in life. For the rationale of the study, there is no baseline data of Bicol University curriculum students on health risk behavior. The study is a basis for developing health activities to address the risk behavior, which would promote healthy lifestyle, and this would be towards the accomplishment of sustainable development goal number 3, which is good health and well-being, and to ensure the healthy lives and promotes well-being for all ages, well-being for all at all ages, young adulthood included. For the objectives of the study determined the health risk behavior of the college of students, in particular, their characteristics comprised of personal and health profile. Number 2, the prevalence of health risk behaviors. So there are 7 behaviors leading to injury, which are either intentional or unintentional. Number 2 to 3 are all substance abuse, like tobacco, alcohol, and drugs. Number 5, sexual behavior. Number 6, dietary behavior. And number 7, physical activity. And then the third objective is determination of the relationship with the characteristics and the health risk behavior. For the materials and methods, I have utilized the cross-sectional correlational study. The setting is Bicol University main campus as a pilot setting. Population consisted of the BU students from the main campus of flagship programs. So there were 7 included, with a population of a total of 1,301 and a sample of 496. However, actual data gathering was only 388. This was done during the time of the COVID, wherein we were online. And this is a limitation to the study because we made use of the Google form, which was given to them on time. The instrument made use of the National College Health Risk Behavior Survey by the Center for Disease Control and Prevention, USA, and I have secured a permit to use the tool. Ethical consideration. So an approval from the BRTPH Institutional Review Board was issued. An approval to conduct the study by the deans was also secured. And very important, we secured an informed consent from the respondents. It's a statistical tool. I'll skip the frequency and percentage. Chi-square test, I've learned something. And the Pearson correlation prediction. So for the findings, for the number 1 on characteristics of the students in terms of the personal profile. So the slide shows that there are more female than male respondents with the gender orientation more heterosexual than the LGBTQ. For the residents' school days, so majority of them, because it was COVID, resided in their own houses, but there were still those who resided in the relative's house, but very significant, although of the low prevalence, is the 27% who stayed in the boarding house and dormitory. Like a study shows that living off campus increases the risk for substance use and school risk behaviors attributed to increased autonomy and decreased supervision. Still on Okay, so still on objective number 1, referring to the characteristics and in terms of health profile, the slide shows a present history which is 50% hypertension, and then although of low prevalence, 11% overweight. Both of these are risks to cardiovascular disease. So going back into hypertension, we have students who are in the pre-hypertensive stage. However, there are those who are already in the stage 1 and 2 hypertension. There was no additional data whether they were taking medication. Sorry. For the objective number 2, on the prevalence of health risk behavior, among the 7 health risk behavior under study, of highest percentage is the physical activity and then the dietary activity, both of greater risk. So if you will take a look at the legend, lesser risk would refer to the never and rarely observed, whereas for the greater risk would be sometimes, most of the time, and always. For the injury, so this refers to the use of protective safety equipment. So higher for the unintentional refers to the use of the seatbelt and the helmet. And then there were also lower percentage intentional injury and violence. And very significant would be the suicide-related behavior, which would consist, if you're wondering, this would consist of a plan or suicidal ideas. We have cases wherein they have attempted once, twice, and thrice, which increases the risk for future attempts for suicide. So further, we also have 13% for tobacco use. They smoke at least 1 cigarette a day, but which is good because they decided to quit smoking. For the alcohol and drug use, we have 4% cases wherein they have binge drinking, meaning they drink 5 drinks in 2 hours, and a very low percentage who use drugs like marijuana. For the sexual behavior, we have those who use protection, and the use of alcohol or drugs before sexual intercourse, of course, increases the risk. For the relationship within the risk and health risk behavior, yung injury, tobacco use, alcohol use, and drug use has a significant relationship with personal and health profile, so that students with history of illness are more at risk. So for the conclusions, college students' personal and health profile significantly influence engagement in risk behaviors such as the BMI, history of present illness, living arrangement, gender, and gender orientation. Number 2, greater health risk behaviors are highly evident on dietary habits and inadequate physical activity, which contribute to increased risk of obesity and related metabolic health conditions. Similarly, in terms of safety practices, substance use, sexual behavior, suboptimal safety practices, particularly inconsistent use of safety equipment and driving a vehicle, increase the risk of injury. Substance use, including alcohol, binge drinking, and smoking, poses potential consequences for accidents and impaired decisions. There is a significant relationship within the characteristics of the respondents, so with the behavior assigned. So for the recommendation to come up with tailored intervention program, early screening and intervention, promotion of healthy living environments, to come up with comprehensive health education, for this to be incorporated in the curriculum. And certain topics are indicated in here. Also, very important, peer support and mentorship program to provide students with social support and guidance, access to mental health services. And then the last recommendation would be a further study, like to look into the factors that have contributed to the greater or the high risk behavior, so that inappropriate intervention can be instituted. So I'd like to acknowledge Icon University College of Nursing, nawala na. And then, of course, the BURDMD as who provided the fund for this. Thank you.
Good morning, ma'am. Well, thank you for this particular study. So palitan pala ito, ma'am, no? Hindi siya behavioral change, it will be healthy lifestyle. Cross-sectional correlational yung design, sabi ni madam. There's, I don't know lang kung bakit sa BUC sometimes hindi natin ginagamit yung survey design when the intention is to just really survey the population. Like, di ba, usually sa survey design, dun lumalabas lagi si frequency and si percentage. That they just wanted to know ilan yung babae, ilan yung lalaki, ilan yung healthy, ilan yung hindi healthy. The survey research design, there's no problem with that. Kasi for example, ito sa correlation, I will be asking kay madam, kasi ang lagi natin lamang it relationship. So is the relationship, madam, significant or not significant actually? When we talk about the relationship between the gender and health-based behavior, do you think it's actually significant? What are the implications, for example?
At the summary table, at the bottom, it says there is a weak correlation.
Yeah.
Although there is a relationship, but there is a weak correlation. But I would still stand despite the
Weak correlation.
result that students with history of illness are more at risk.
Okay, so with that stand, madam, that will really be that will be really interesting if we could actually have specific data that would support that stand. For example, after presenting all of this data, is there any discussion per se that will tell or that will support your stand? That despite the weak correlation, we're talking about correlation, no? I'm just looking into significant relationship. Kasi most of the time, even if we say that the correlation is high, if it is not significant, it doesn't mean anything for statisticians or for people who will be reading this particular, who will be reading the relationship in per se. So maybe I would like to ask madam, have you read any or do you have any reference that will tell us that even if the correlation is weak, as you've mentioned, but the health risk behavior or something like that, it is still necessary to do all of these things that you are doing, for instance?
Like the paper given to you, I know there is a limitation and a weakness because what you're looking into is not really indicated. But in the health practice, we would say that this risks, or it's proven, although it's not part of the study, that this risk would contribute to, like in my initial discussion, I was saying the hypertension, they have a history of hypertension and obesity, are risk to the development of cardiovascular disease. I thought about genetics, and even if you do not have this risk factor, and even if you do not have genetics, it still puts you at risk to development of a cardiovascular disease, which is, if I would give a statistic, it remains #1 in the Philippines and worldwide. So that I'm not contesting the result of the statistics, but my statement says I'll stand to, because there are a lot of studies that prove that even if you do not consider these statistics in brief, they are a contributory factor to cardiovascular disease, which contributes to the chronic illnesses, not just the CVD, but of course, cancer, like the diet, contributes to cancer. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much for that comment.
Congratulations, madam.
Yes.
Madam, in which table that you have the chi-square test?
The chi-square test was used to determine which among the
Which of
variables.
this table that I can see that?
It's not there, but the chi-square test was used to determine which of the factors would be correlated. According to the statistician and I yung ano daw sir, yung yung mahina or wala namang significant, then hindi na sa relate. Actually, if you will take note of the variables, that's what we've shown in here. I have to combine. Like sa hypertension, very specific yung pre-hypertensive kasi vampire ang release niya, stage 1 and 2. Pero dahil kasi sir, hindi na siya pwede correlate, we ended up combining a lot of variables.
So it means na lahat ng variables dito ay na-test yung significant.
Na-test ng significance, yun yung kinorelate.
Ah.
Kaya lang sir, the limitation
method.
the limitation, wala si Jen, silent.
I'm looking into it na inferential statistics siya because you make a random sampling. I'm looking into the p-value. Nasaan sabi ko yung p-value? Kasi that would tell us that this is significant. That's why we can interpret those variables that with a p-value that is less than 0.005. So your research basically, you have conducted already screening those variables that are significant. In the next phase is you conducted the correlation.
The correlation.
So probably you need to reflect further that one method. Okay. Why is it that you are after the direction rather than the magnitude of relationship? Because in your study, you just interpreted the sign, not the coefficient.
I'm not really into that. It's just part of the objective, but of course it counts a lot. Like,
Because here, what you
magnitude
interpreted
is
is
very
positive,
important.
negative,
Yeah.
not the magnitude of relationship. What is 0.14, what is 0.11. But what you interpreted on is the sign, whether positive or negative. So I'm asking, why is it the focus only is the direction of the variable, if it is inverse or directly, but you did not focus on the coefficient where you conducted a person R. So that's my probably you can also interpret the coefficient, not only the direction.
Yeah. One question lang, madam, and congratulations for this study. The majority of the papers ay institutional about a bigger university, but this one is on the healthy diet, healthy risk. Ma'am, ano yung effective strategies for promoting healthy eating and physical activity among college students of Bicol University? Kasi ang doctor sa ibang colleges may mga physical activities na wala akong mention sa study. So, gusto kong marinig yung mga strategies.
I think it has to be something personal because before we recommend something, like do another study and then discuss it with them because there is a whole cultural connection, especially with the eating habits,
Yeah.
which would contribute to a risk. And then the activity, I think the university has it in the curriculum, like yung PE. I think we also have started Zumba. But of course, it's not just tell them to do something, but we also have to get their opinion and what is doable for them. So that's why if you go back to the slide on the framework, it's towards, I just have mentioned activities. I know these are being done, but of course, what would be good is to have a study on the effect. And then to continue those which have an effect on improving the health rating.
Thank you, ma'am.
Opo, click lang ma'am, scroll down lang po.
Okay, good morning, everyone.
morning.
I am Nara Dagan from the Philippines University. Okay, so my study is the feasibility of establishing a lactation station and implementing the breastfeeding in the workplace promotion at Bicol University. So this is to align with the RA
2028, the expanded breastfeeding promotion of 2009. And this emphasized rooming in as a national policy to support breastfeeding, aiming to provide an environment conducive to meeting the basic needs of mothers and infants. So according to this RA, the state shall likewise protect working women by providing safe and helpful working conditions, considering their maternal functions and healthful working conditions and facilities and opportunities that will enhance their welfare and enable them to realize their full potential in the service. So therefore, I am highlighting this because Bicol University itself is a workplace. And we, the College of Nursing, as the advocates for the family welfare program and responsible parenthood, we want to start within us. That's why we want to establish this lactation station in Bicol University. Hence, this proposal was made. And the civil service also is the central part of where's that? Ayan. Is the ang business niya mag-move. Sorry. Okay. The DOL ensures establishment also in the compliance with the labor laws and other labor-related issues, such as providing lactation support in the workplace. And another is the Civil Service Commission, as the central agency of the Philippine government, mandates also the provision of pertinent laws, and in this case, the adoption of RA 10028 in all government workplaces. So with this, the Commission on Higher Education also urges to integrate breastfeeding concepts in the and change societal attitude towards breastfeeding in the curriculum of private and public institutions at the college level. And so with the medical courses also. Hence, as an output to this feasibility, we want to propose a breastfeeding workplace promotion program in Bicol University. For the objective, so this will establish suitable lactation station prototypes or models in the campuses of Bicol University and the implementation of breastfeeding in the workplace promotion program in compliance with RA 1008. So specifically, this will determine the number of female personnel within the reproductive age as the target of this study, and to explore the profile of the campus or the units in terms of management aspect, technical aspect, and the financial aspect. So we did, we made use of the data from the Human Resource Management Office so that we can have number of faculty under the reproductive age for the profile. And we made use of the questionnaire to generate primary data from the deans, directors, and who played also as the guard vocal persons and the faculty presidents. FDD were also conducted per campus, Abogad committee chairpersons, the administrative officers, planning officers, budget officers, HRCO, and the PDNO as the key persons that would support in the facilitation of this LS. And the descriptive method were used to interpret the data, and the findings will be the basis for this workplace promotion program per campus. Now for the result, the number of female personnel within the reproductive age was analyzed or were analyzed based from this several aspects, like in the personnel composition,
and then average age per campus, and then potential benefits. Okay, now for the personal composition, it indicates that Bicol University personnel are within the reproductive age range across various campuses and units, and this demographic profile suggests a high potential for participation in a breastfeeding program and utilization of lactation station. And for the average age campus naman, it ranges across different campuses that indicate consistent pattern of personnel falling within the reproductive age bracket. And for the potential benefits, establishing lactation station would cater to the needs of the reproductive age personnel and may require facilities to support breastfeeding. Now, in the profile of the campus as to their management aspect, I have analyzed based from these several aspects also, like the workforce composition, in which consists significant number of females with a notable portion being lactating individuals. So this highlights the potential demands for lactation stations within the workplace. For training and awareness, while there are focus on the gender development training, there is lack of specific training in breastfeeding promotion in the workplace or about BF in the workplace. So this indicates a gap in the knowledge and skills that needs to be addressed. And for policy identification, personnel have the need for policies regarding the management of lactation station, indicating awareness of the necessary or the necessity for clear guidelines and responsibility. And for the collaboration willingness, there is willingness to collaborate with other departments of colleges within the classrooms. Now, for the technical aspect, it was identified according to its location and space, facilities and equipment, projected cost, maintenance, and cleanliness. Now for this, there is enough space for BU to cater this LS or to have LS. And for the facilities and equipment, there are lists of equipment identified, and then there are projected costs. And also the maintenance and cleanliness, they have plans for some essential steps to maintain cleanliness. Now for the financial aspect, it's about project cost and sources of funds and sustainability. For the project cost, there are multiple sources of funding identified, like the GAT funds, budget allotted by the college deans, LGU funds, and others are mentioned about Fund 164 and Fund 101. Now for the sustainability, this can be sustained through careful management of human resource, budget allocation, and facilities, incorporating the LS into the actual work and financial plans. So therefore, for the conclusion, based from the findings in the demographics, management perspectives, technical aspects, and financial aspects, it says that demographic profile indicates possibility for breastfeeding support programs and LS. And also the management perspective, it is evident that there is a demand and readiness for establishing lactation station. And for the technical, establishing lactation have been thoroughly considered, and there is fund for the financial aspect. So therefore, it is highly recommended that in the demographics and also under the management and technical and so the financial, therefore recommended that all these findings should be addressed, considering the feasibility of the establishment of a lactation station in each campus with that kind of unit.
Thank you, Madam, and congratulations. Madam, my suggestion is if we want this paper to be published, my recommendation is to include the some tables and the pictures.
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
Okay.
So,
It's very short.
opo, ma'am. So I, this study of Sir Richard, this is Sir Richard Marconato, released by the BURND Journal in 2021. The challenges and strategies of BU compliance with the expanded Breastfeeding Act, Public Act 128. It's the law extent of compliance of Republic Act 128 was observed, which can be attributed to no systematic evaluation of the implementation. In your study, you recommended establishing a comprehensive implementation plan for setting up lactation station and regular evaluation of the lactation station. Given these findings ma'am, and your recommendation, what do you think is the best strategy that the establishment of these stations be systematically monitored and evaluated?
Sir, may I inform you that this is part of the study. We have this project with group studies. So I asked with the feasibility that study with the project. With this, that's why we come up with another proposal for the breastfeeding promotion program in Bicol University. Because we want to start on that. And as the output of this, we have started in the BUCM, this lactation station integrated in the what's this GAD programs and activities. So we have that what we call in the BUCM the Tranquilo Launch, in which one of the services there is the lactation station. So we are starting now in the college. So project, sir, but we want to start in the college with the result of this feasibility and feasible. But the proposal is or the intention of this study is for the whole Bicol University 10 cluster campus.
Thank you, madam. Thank you very much, madam. Your study focused on feasibility study. What is your definition of feasibility?
Feasibility study is that is to see if there is this what's the another term?
Anyway, but I asked you that question because probably one of the best methods that you can use is you try to analyze cost-benefit analysis, CBA, and you use also the IRR, the internal rate of return. Because when you talk about feasibility study, you elements naman correct. You have the technical aspect, you have the management, you have the financial aspect. Pero mas maganda siya because this is on the side of the government to decide whether I would put that establishment investment. If it is important, cost-benefit analysis, and that included the internal rate of return, the IRR. That would be better enough if that would be presented that way. Pero maganda rin ma'am because some of the elements nandoon na. Pero maganda rin, if you would present this one, you start with what is the technical specification of the service. Ano ang service na i-deliver nito? Lactation. From the specific service, the specification mo, of course, you design the technical aspect. Diba? If you need to put a building, air conditioning, that's basically based on the specification of the service. Ngayon, pag na-design na yung technical specification service, the next one is you now design the management, the required number of person. And there are two requirements in the financial. The investment needed, like yung mga equipment. Second is the operation. How much it costs to operate that lactation. Kung may maganda sana sa may content computation on the investment and then also the operation. And of course, the operation, you would put there if there is a need for personnel to be assigned there, there's specific WEG, if there is a WEG or honorarium for that, this person will be taking care of the, that should be included in the financial aspect of the operation. But that would be part of the management. Sa management ba, there is an organization under on what the unit ba yung sa grad ba siya, sa college unit ba siya, it should be designed in the management. Kasi if this is passed through the admin council, kailangan yun. Sige, anyway, thanks.
Yes,
Thank you.
I would like to comment po ma'am for this one. Siguro I would like to emphasize yung FGD kasi nabanggit, but I am actually looking forward to what is the result of that FGD. Maybe we could write something about that. I'm so interested to really see perceptions and how you could present it in this particular feasibility study po. Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Thank you, madam.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Fellow researchers, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I will be presenting our project consisting of 3 mini researchers. And with that, siguro dapat 30 minutes sa akin kasi start this actually one project. I'm just kidding po. So the title of our project is Innovative Design Process for the Distance Optimized Stethoscope, which we call the stethoscope, navigating phases towards patent submission. So basically, we came up with this project in order to capture, first and foremost, this is already my third patent. And then I noticed that the usual patent submission in the university is like coming up with a prototype and then making a draft and then submitting to the IPO, and then the IPO will do the rest, and then we wait for the patent number. So I was thinking, how can we come up with a framework in order to guide innovators, not just researchers, in order to come up with a sensible patent and design for patent application. So we came up with this project. So let me start. Let us start by mentioning a word from Albert Einstein. Necessity is the mother of all invention. This project comprises 3 interconnected studies aimed at addressing the challenges posed by traditional stethoscope designs in the context of telemedicine during the COVID-19 pandemic. And as far as the pandemic is concerned, we are still the threat is still looming. As a matter of fact, we have the post-pandemic or post-COVID diseases, which still are under scrutiny and binabantayan pa natin sa ngayon. But then again, one of the challenges that we have encountered is the physical examination of patients with COVID infection, because we don't want to get near the patient. So we came up with an idea of how we can come up with an innovation on the most important tool used by doctors and nurses alike in doing a physical examination, and that is the stethoscope. So the COVID-19 pandemic has prompted significant changes in the healthcare delivery, notably the widespread adoption of social distancing protocols and telemedicine to mitigate the spread of the virus. However, this transition has highlighted difficulties in conducting comprehensive physical examinations, particularly auscultation, due to the reliance on traditional stethoscope designs that necessitate close proximity. Traditional stethoscope designs are ill-suited for safe distance auscultation, leading to diagnostic inaccuracies and risk of infection. This is exacerbated by technological constraint, inadequate training, and time limitations in telemedicine consultations. So to confront these challenges, our research team endeavored to develop a redesigned stethoscope that facilitates safe distance auscultation. Our proposed plan of action involves a comprehensive approach encompassing research collaboration with experts, brainstorming, and iterative prototyping through documentation of design specification, manufacturing processes, and operational guidelines. This iterative process culminated in a patent application highlighting the unique features and benefits of our redesigned stethoscope for safe distance auscultation. The objective of the project, first, it aims to address the limitations of traditional stethoscope design in facilitating safe distance auscultation, development of a prototype of a redesigned stethoscope specifically tailored for safe distance auscultation, and submission of a patent application to protect the unique features and benefits of the redesigned stethoscope. The limitations of the project basically focuses solely on redesigning the stethoscope for safe distance auscultation and does not address the other aspects of telemedicine consultation. The project focuses only on the development of the prototype and not a full-scale prototype. The methodology is quite distinct, so it does not use the usual, the generic observational or experimental research design. So we came up with a distinct methodology to fulfill the project's aims and objectives. We employed a distinct methodology structured across multiple phases, which include phase 1, which we started defining the scope and objectives of the project, the phase 2, the needs assessment, the phase 3, conceptualization, the phase 4, development of the initial concept design and function, the phase 5, development of optimized mechanical and electrical design for the prototype, the phase 6, development of new use, operational, and care procedure for the prototype, and phase 7, system functionality assessment, and the last phase is the development of new use, operational, and care procedure for the prototype. So the results of the studies, so for the study 1, we came up with a definition or defined the scope and the objectives of the project, and then the development of a project management plan, and the development of new use, operational, and care procedure for the prototype. So for the study 2, these were already the claims that we have submitted to the patent. It is an elongated stick stethoscope with Internet of Things capabilities comprising of the following technology: tubular elongated body, microphone, signal processing unit, a wireless communication module, a power source, and a light emitting diode assembly. So for the study 3, by employing the stethoscope device, audio will be captured and stored both on the device itself and on a server accessible online, accessible through mobile application. And using ThinkSpeak web platform allows you to aggregate, visualize, and analyze live data streams in the cloud. And ThinkSpeak provides instant visualization of the data posted by your device or equipment. Then this application performs online analysis and processing of the data as it comes in. So basically, the study 3 focused on the development of the software which has been incorporated in the device, particularly an application. So ito po yung mobile app. So you have the IoT pictorial diagram. I would not be discussing what they call this intensively on that because that is not my forte. So for the conclusion, the development of the distance optimized stethoscope has culminated in a device that successfully integrates advanced electronic components, wireless connectivity, user-centric design, The accomplishment of its objective has contributed to the creation of technologically advanced and practical tool for remote patient monitoring. So the key findings and achievements include successful distinct developmental methodology leading to the prototype design and patent application. Second, the development of an electronic distance optimized stethoscope prototype with the following capabilities: capturing, letter A, capturing acoustic signals from patient using the microphone assembly. Then processing the captured acoustic signals using the signal processing unit. Letter C, transmitting the process data along with the environmental data to a remote device via the wireless communication module. And displaying, storing, and analyzing the transmitted data on the remote device using application software program. The third one is development of user manuals, rating procedures, and maintenance guidelines. And the proposed device is now complete and ready for submission for patent application for patent office, marking significant milestone in its developmental journey. So the last slide is the acknowledgement received from the patent office after we have submitted the patent application. So with that, thank you very much. Congratulations, sir. This is a one of a kind research and the development considering sinabi ni status ko yung may sabi nga ni sir, hahawakan mo. At this time sabi ko kay sir, with the COVID, so walang contact dapat. Kaya naging lumabas ito. Ayun. But sir, I have comments on the manuscript. So this is since it should be published. Dapat publishable paper. Dapat i-include ka namin na para mas na-improve yung paper. Kasi this is a terminal report yung paper. But anyway, the focus is the contribution. What is the contribution of the research to the body of science? What is the development of a new device? So, suggestion ko na lang, sir, is expose the unique part ng study. I-expose mo yun, then expose the evaluation side. So how do you evaluate the device? And how do you evaluate the development system? Kasi may handle. So I think yun na lang sa akin, improve the manuscript and expose the unique contribution.
Sa akin, sir, congratulations kasi that's technology, di ba?
Alam ko nga, sir, hindi makakapture kasi research, the research in innovation.
Maganda yung kasi technology ang output. Needed siya ng university. Pero ang the same sila, improve mo lang sila yung manuscript.
Yes, sir.
Kasi you can extract it from a specific study only. Hindi yung buong sana yan. Para hindi ka nahirapan na nagmamadali. So specific study probably on development of prototype. Diba?
Prototype lang, sir.
The rest, another presentation naman para mas in-depth sa ano yung system. So I think may comment lang ako doon sa manuscript. The rest, it's a technical, it's a very good because we can harvest technology out of this research. And of course, nasa on process na yung patent.
Pero kung wala,
Thank you very much.
I would like to congratulate, of course, mga experts itong pangalan dito, and of course, with Dr. Mike, with everything that has been stated. Apart from the manuscript, sir, my question is this, kasi the title is more on the development, yes, innovation of the stethoscope into stethoscope. And then meron kasi kayo dito significant title, yung navigating pages towards patent submission. So if I am going to ask po, as I have seen, the highlight of this particular paper is on the developed stethoscope, not actually on the process of parang patenting. Paano ba natin siya sinasubmit for patent? Kasi that could actually also be a good, as you mentioned in your presentation kanina, that could be also a good paper or article that could actually help many developers on how to submit your innovations for patent. So, dito sir, it's only the stepping stones.
Yes.
I-clarify ko. Okay. So I think I am very interested kasi you could write more. And there are many things that your team could actually share with the university. So sa akin lang sir, it's more on the writing and yung kasi ito yung minsan nakakalimutan ng mga developers. Ang galing nila mag-develop in all honesty. That's their expertise. But maybe we could ask them also to write something about kasi ang ganda ng development eh. Pero like for example, ito, of all, bakit ito yung features niya? Kasi nakalagay, i-describe nila na ito yung functionality. So parang nakaka-miss lang na makita ng isa, for example, ako external, I'm not a developer, I'm not an innovator. But when I read it, I will be very interested siguro, like the stethoscope, very important ng mga doctors. And then ito si stethoscope, something like that. Ano yung very specific description nitong mga ito? Bakit niya siya dinevelop into this? Something very interesting and exciting siguro, sir, when we read the final published output. So I will be waiting for the answer. Thank you po.
Thank you po.
Mike.
Pleasant good morning and a warm room for everyone. This morning, I am Maria Mercedes Rimon from BU Pulangi and BU Grad School, and my co-author is Ana Marie Abante, Dr. Ana Marie Abante from BU JMR TV and BU Graduate School. And this morning, I'm going to present to you my paper entitled Post-Disaster Management, Blueprint for a Gender Responsive Approach.
Sige ma'am. Click lang ma'am, right click. Sige. Right click ma'am.
Okay. So, the Mayon volcano, Mayon volcano's impeccable cone-shaped raises the skyline, signifies a latent threat to the inhabitants. Its location in the Albay province is no stranger to the fury of typhoons, which during the rainy season can unleash chaos, ravaging the community's infrastructure and daily rhythm. The most defenseless are the vulnerable group who are the elderly, pregnant or lactating mothers, the children, and the persons with disability or the PWD. Oftentimes, they suffer disproportionately with this type of disasters. The aftermath is not just a tale of ruined structures, but also of economic strife, particularly when the rebuilding process overlooks the marginalized population. So the study is focused on, particularly in this presentation, the municipality of Pulangi, which is part of the 3-kilometer radius of the Bicol River that causes flooding during the typhoons. So the main objective of the study is focus on exploring a post-disaster blueprint that attentively addresses the unique needs and viewpoints of various gender identities. It examines also past efforts in disaster recovery, focusing especially on initiatives that embraces gender inclusivity, while also acknowledging the challenges faced by those most vulnerable to the effects of these disasters. Okay, so mainly this research would like to investigate on the accessibility and awareness of this vulnerable group, which I mentioned earlier, whenever they are brought to the encampment areas. There are different ways, there are specific needs and unique needs that this vulnerable group are expected to be given to them in terms of their needs. So the method of this study is employed on a mixed method, which facilitated an in-depth investigation and the selection of key informants located within the 3 kilometers from the Bicol region western part of Mayang Volcano's food slopes. The research findings highlights the immediate measures suggested to be implemented to improve the well-being of the disaster-affected individuals or the gender-responsive LPs, swiftly followed by efforts to identify the pre or post-procurement items. These are the health-related services and social structures, repair services. In the face of disasters, unpredictable and devastating effects of the study area, often struck by typhoon, it has dedicated itself to enhancing evacuation practices. So in this table, it represents the different barangays which is affected by floodings, which is enumerated in this table, and this is segregated per type of vulnerable group and the male and female group with the age range. So in the total, there are 1,420 evacuees. So usually, because of the limited evacuation center available in the municipality, there are only temporary evacuation center, which are the schools or even the Bicolanggi, one part of which is being utilized as the evacuation center.
Ano ma?
So for the children, in the temporary shelter, which are the deaf ed schools, there is a space for them that is based on the 10821, which is the Children's Emergency Relief and Protection Act, that they have to have a safe space for them to play around because of the effects of being displaced during impending typhoon. For the pregnant and lactating women, which was mentioned earlier by another study, the institutions or any facility or organization, there should be an allotted space for women who are lactating. This is based on this stated Republic Act of the Philippines, wherein all of these facilities, say for example, there should be a table for clean water faucet and that can be used, a comfortable chair as an appropriate space for them. Especially if they are lactating, there should be a refrigerator available in the encampment area or evacuation area that they can store their milk after pumping their milk for breastfeeding. For the elderly, we have focused just on the top 3 morbidity rate of the leading causes of diseases in the Bicol region. These are the acute respiratory infection, hypertension, and fever of unknown causes. So this is also part of the rights of the elderly in the RA 994, which is the Expanded Senior Citizens Act of 2020. For the persons with disability, based on RA 1128228 on the Magna Carta of Persons with Disability, all institutions or buildings or infrastructure has to provide a ramp for those who are using wheelchair or for an easy accessibility to the building. So this plan was submitted and to the harmonized gender and development guidelines to be able to check if this is a possible gender responsive plans. For the conclusion, in the face of disasters, unpredictable and devastating effects in the study area, often struck by struck by typhoons, floods, and ashfall, the new knowledge on reality of the sensitivity of the evacuees underscores the significance of gender-responsive approach that caters to the distinct needs of the elderly, pregnant or lactating mothers, children, and individuals with disability, thus fostering gender equality. This study revealed that using the descriptive or the mixed method of research methodology, extensive dialogue with select informants create new evaluees with select informants created health information needs. Though the transcript of the analysis of the statements was not reflected in the paper, but the study used also statements coming from the key informants. The study establishes that due to the inherent unpredictable of natural resources, unified community response anchored in this study. So the recommendation is are the following. So implementing the insights gained from descriptive quality mixed method, these strategies aim to safeguard the well-being of these evacuees. There should be a concerted effort to address the specific health needs of the elderly, pregnant or lactating women, children, and persons with disability, particularly in the aftermath of the typhoon or any calamity. The preemptive evacuation planning of the municipality of Colandi must integrate the findings of this study to enhance the response and recovery that supports the sensitive evacuees of their families, especially during the times of crisis. The result of the study should be put into practice to protect the well-being of gender-sensitive evacuees, improve essential health services, and rebuild services and infrastructure effectively. Thank you very much.
Good morning, Madam. Good morning. And thank you for this one. Post-disaster management blueprint. So may na-develop po kayo mga parang framework. Apo. Sabi ko, research na. Kaya okay na ako, nila ako ito. Sabi ko, research na ilagay na lang dito mga yung ano. The principle of this research kasi is what it's all about complementarity. What is the strength of another method, and then what is the weakness that should be complemented by another method. So siguro yun din yung interesting na nailagay, Madam, when we write this for publication. And nabanggit na kasi sa presentation, ang isa sa mga na-highlight ko dito is the mention of a qualitative data. However, I have not seen in the findings yung qualitative result. So siguro yun lang po yung mga request namin in the future on behalf of our group this morning na when we put something in the methodology, particularly in the design, whatever we did, I hope that we could find it in the findings as well. It should be aligned, we really responded to it. But nevertheless, ma'am, this is a good one. And I hope that we could publish this one or even really using in the being used now.
I still have to develop it further when it comes to the strategies to be able to present in Colandi. Actually, this only particularly with Colandi because it will start in February.
Okay, thank you, Madam. Your title is Post-Disaster Management Blueprint, and this is the expected outcome of the research. May I see, Madam, where is the blueprint here?
For now, sir, I only was able to present the plans, though there is a pattern or a framework to follow in terms of the strategies to be presented to the different municipalities.
Kasi the title itself should be very defined. What do you mean by post-disaster management blueprint? So this is basically a guide, isn't it? And that is from the perspective of gender-responsive approach, which you're talking about the vulnerability groups. So again, we need also to really put clear definition of what is a gender-responsive approach. actually, part naman doon sa paper mo, we're talking about the parts. Yung hindi ko lang, yung improvement lang, I'm looking for this post-disaster management blueprint. And the process is basically, you develop this one, isn't it? You try to develop the post-disaster management blueprint. What methodology did you use to develop the blueprint?
In terms of the process that was crafted, with regards on the conceptual framework on how the investigation was done.
So may process.
Yes.
From that process, you develop the blueprint na may enhancement dyan there. And that blueprint provided you the recommendation of the unique needs that they need to address. And you will present in the PowerPoint presentation, the facilities that they need to take. There is an elderly, but it's not here in your paper, isn't it? That's very good actually. You identify the unique needs, the infrastructure, and the legal basis for that. Okay, and that's probably should be incorporated in our paper. Congratulations, madam. Thank you.
Thanks, sir.
Congratulations.
Hello. Good morning. I could be one the last one because there are only two evaluations. Yeah. Okay, good morning again. I am Karine Orden of Bicol University Tabaco and Graduate School. And I am presenting a study under the theme Environment and Natural Resources System Management and Development under mitigation of the different forms of pollutants in the environment. The study is titled Assessment of Acute Toxicity and Water Parameter Correlations in Nile tilapia exposed to ferric and ferrous sulfate. I am from Tabaco and I have seen that there is a growing number of fish ponds and blacksmith shops. And some of them are proximately really situated near each other. And as a chem major, I am aware of the effect of too much iron to the environment that could lead to toxicity, not just to the fish, but to the consumers as well. Iron becomes a pollutant when it is over 5 parts per billion, causing oxidative stress and sodium imbalance in fish and consumers. I have here a yellow powder. It is ferrous sulfate, and the green powder is the ferric sulfate. The reason why I chose ferric and ferrous sulfate is because I studied the physical properties of all the iron salts, and this is the most stable and soluble in tropical environments. And I also have chosen tilapia because it's the most sought after fry in the Bicol University hatchery. So that's the reason why I did the study. Our research team.
Ma'am, yung mouse po, ma'am.
Ma'am, yung mouse po.
Yeah. Our research team is comprised of me, the project leader, and I have a research assistant who is a fisheries graduate. So it's a synergy of chemistry and fisheries. The objective of the study is to determine the acute toxicity levels of ferric and ferrous sulfate and the water parameters during the acute toxicity test. Further, the significant correlations of the water parameters were evaluated to predict the effect of these water parameters on the toxicity of the test chemicals. For the methodology, we strictly followed experimental design of OECD test guideline number 203 series of 2019, that is the acute toxicity test for fish. And for sampling, I used the triplicate method because in analytical chemistry, the minimum number of data that can be considered as reliable and valid is 3. So I use triplicates, and then the randomization is due to the effect of if the test animals will be subjected to different temperatures and light.
it will have an effect on the toxicity of the test chemical. So we were sure that each concentration were given the chance to be near the window and near the place where it is uttered. Then for the parameters, for the method, we also use the static acute toxicity test because we simulated what is happening in the fish ponds. When the lab temperature is brought in fish ponds, it is confined in that position until it is being solved. Then for the parameters, the pH, and the temperature, I measured this using UTEC instrument. Then for DO, I use redox titration, the linear method, and for the total organic carbon, I use complexometric titration. All the measurements that I adopted follow the AOC standard procedures. For the methodology, you can see here that we follow the Phenanthroline method, which is again a spectrophotometric method for the identification of iron. Here, we first diluted the ferric and the ferrous to make our external calibration, and later on analyze what is now the concentration of the iron at 0 and at 96 hours to ensure that there is enough of the test solution that can cause the toxicity. For our key findings, we have determined the LC50, which is the concentration that can kill 50% of the population. 5 minutes. There are 100 tilapia, people will be there. For ferric sulfate, it's 9.9 milligrams per liter, and for ferrous sulfate, it's 135.6 parts per million. And then for LP50, this is the required time to kill half of the population. You can see that ferric sulfate will kill it in a faster rate, 216 hours, while for ferrous sulfate, it's 340 hours. For the water parameters, I use correlation and linear regression to look at the relationship, whether it's negative or positive, and whether it could predict the toxicity when, because this study is a continuing research, I submitted another proposal. This time, I'm going to visit the actual fish ponds and actual blacksmiths to measure the iron content, because when I have made this study, it was pandemic time. So I just simulated what is happening in the environment. I am aware now on what water parameters to measure because they were able to predict the toxicity of both the ferrous and the ferric. For the conclusion, I have seen the ferric sulfate poses a greater risk than ferrous sulfate. Mind you, the ferric sulfate is also being used as a coagulating agent in water system, in sewage. Kanya, it will also guide not only the blacksmith shops, but also the water system in the hospital. So that they can limit the utilization of ferric sulfate. And also, it is also implied to limit its use and discharge in aquatic environments. I'm giving the assurance that when I have made this test, none of my test solutions were discharged in the environment. I kept it in hard plastic containers and kept it in our waste storage facility, so that when the DNR will come, it will be followed by registered followers. Okay. Then for the water parameters that affect the toxicity level, I am suggesting regular monitoring and regulation, since it is crucial to mitigate the adverse effects on aquatic systems. Okay. So here are some of the pictures that I'm going to show you how we have conducted acute toxicity tests. And these are our references in Canada. Thank you.
Thank you for that. So I think that this is a very technical, the point of view of IT. Parang hindi ako makarelate, but ang nakita ko yung tilapia, ang nasa isip ko na lang is nakaka-affect ba talaga yung first is the definition of the terms. Kung sa point of view ng isang IT, hindi ko mag-guess while reading the manuscript. So I think it's better to include parang layman's term, the definition of the terms. Kaya nga sabi ni Sir, tanongin mo nga sir kung ano. So, very and yung opo, so gano'n. So, pero yung sabi ko is, ano pa ba ng LC50 versus LC50? Ginugol ko naman siya. So parang sabi ko talaga din. Pero okay naman at least palang na-include mo ang yung kung ano LC50 kasi nandito sa page sa secondary second page. So nandito pa lang. Yes, the concentration is 50%. Opo, yun. So at least nakita ko yung LC50. Pero hinahanap ko yung LT50. Kasi okay, nasa pero ang nakita ko man is na-monitor mo this time after 96 hours.
Yes, sir.
So ano yung effect ng after 10 minutes, after or 1 hour, after 2 hours?
I have those data.
Yun, kasi yun ang na-observe ko. Kung na-detect ng 98 hours, so ano yung ang parang event ng mga events?
Time series.
Yan, time series. Hanggang sa time na-detect mo na okay, malaki yung impact ng effect after 96 hours.
Yes.
So yun ang medyo kailangan ko yung scope. Though sabi mo man, mayroon kang data for that.
Lalo po sir yung mga behavior ng mga tilapia. Bawat pumunta ko, di ba iba yung mga stroke nila. Paano na, nagbaback stroke, nagdadrive na sa ilalim. Okay, so nakita ko po yung sir. Pero yung aking kasama ay fisheries. So, mas technical yung definition niya. Kasi ako po ay history. So, hindi ko rin naiintindihan kung bakit ganun yung history.
Yung pagbasa ko magandang na paper mo, na-recall ko yung project namin sa APRSA with the seagrass and seaweed. Ako yung mangrove, yung technology ako. Pero nag-sa seaweed and seagrass ako in the mangrove. Pero parang nire-relate ko lang siya doon sa dito sa Legazpi, may pinakataas na toxicity level is yung sa puro. Pero sabi ko, maraming pang narinig sa puro. Considering mas matakas doon yung ano yan. So parang ganun lang, nire-relate ko na lang sa ano yan. So thank you, Madam.
Congratulations, Madam. Very technical. Social science talaga. Walang background sa chemistry and fishery. Okay. Pero siguro kung may category na science and technology, but tinitingnan ko ibang papers, focus on the health person, well-being person. Sabi ko, baka health ito ng animal or health ba ito ng tilapia? Something like that. So, probably, para ma-align lang siya, ma'am, is very good. Wala akong problema sa methods because I don't have any expertise sa technical side. Pero the focus is on health. Pag mataas ba yung toxicity ng water? Kasi ang naiintindihan ko is yung ferrous or very nakaka-apekto sa toxicity na ng present nila. Ano bang health effects sa tao?
Ayun po sir, mataas po yung iron content. Ang una-una pong affected yung mga organs natin. Liver.
Maganda rin yung ilagay ng implication. Kasi that is connected na with the conference of health and practice. Parang hindi ko masyadong mistake kasi very technical sa yung paper nila. Pero very good siya. Sa akin mo is alignment on the session na better you connect also the implication that kung mataas ito, what would be the impact to the health of the person para would much be more meaning doon sa
Actually, sir, when I saw the things, nakita ko sa pinakailalim yung mitigation of different forms of pollutants. So, nakita ko lang, pwede ako pumasok doon. Kasi po, after knowing how much iron in terms of ferric and ferrous would kill and how many hours, I can inform fish pond owners who are proximately near blacksmith shops that this is the danger number or the dangerous number. Because in my next study, I will be analyzing the actual iron content in the fish pond who
Na kaya ko nang ma-measure yung distances nila.
Very good din ma'am, kasi at least that is already your output of your research
Yes po.
na it would guide also yung mga fish pond owner kung mataas pa yung toxicity ng water nila.
Para aware
Yun yung contribution mo ma'am, very good siya. Actually, maganda siya pa, very technical. Pero ako lang, lagay ko lang ng konti ma'am doon sa health para yung alignment niya lang sa thematic natin na health. Congratulations na lang.
Thank you.
Hello.
Ma'am.
Yes, congratulations, ma'am. I would like to agree with them. It's actually so technical. Actually, I was curious, because we also do linear regression, yung predictive, mga studies in terms of human. Kaya sabi ko, wow, this is experimental. And according to quantitative experts, experimental design is the best quantitative design because of the presence of equal opportunity and the random assignment. My question po, curious lang ako, kasi this is very human, participant, para sa tilapia, nung in-identify po ba sila, parang sure tayo na para-pareho yung size nila, or isang tilapia lang in-expose sa different solutions?
Specific po yung size. It is size 14 according to my RA. So we measured after the weight and the length.
Okay.
And it is the size that it is being brought from our hatchery.
Okay.
So may connect po siya ma'am.
Yeah, that's exciting. So, ibig sabihin, consistent talaga pag may objective design in terms of their principle. Kahit sa experiment ng animals, they follow the same principle. Ano po, so, amazing lang, very exceptional na-excite ako sa kita ko nila dito. And I am really excited. And siguro in terms of writing na lang in the future, nag-APA din po ba ang fisheries and chemistry? Or ano kayo doon? Opo. Yung sa siguro yung the way that we present na lang siguro yung mga table, lalo na po sa quantity. Like ito pong mga specific matrix, R, value, and P. Yung mga, siguro mga for publication purposes na lang. Kung APA pa rin yun.
Kaya po mag-training ako.
Opo. Yeah, agree.
Agree po.
Kasi nagamit din ito. Kung magkamit ba kayo na, test ba kayo ng assumption violation na heterosexuality, autocorrelation, yun. Kasi sa regression normally, you can come up with a final coefficient. Hindi ko lang, sa social science kasi gano'n, hindi ko alam sa animal. Kasi halimbawa, in science series, there is a need to test the autocorrelation. And there is a need to test the heteroscedastic sa homoscedastic. Wala din yan.
Sir, hindi ko rin po alam. Hindi ko rin alam with this. Yung pagkuha ko po ng PROBIT, yung PROBIT analysis is specialized regression analysis. Yes po. Wherein, as in model data will be transported to a linear data so that I could predict what is the LCDP and the LCDP. Yun po. Iba po magkaiba tayo ng treatment.
Thank you, madam. Additional lang, madam.
Okay.
Kasi tilapia, may narinig ko from Pulambi Campus.
Hindi po.
Ito pa, madam, na tilapia ay mayroon 27.5 and parang nag-migrate siya
Ano po yun, sir?
Patla, ma'am.
Hindi ko pa study yun.
Study kasi,
There is
how to predict tilapia kung bakit siya.
Sir, hindi po.
Kasi tilapia. Oh, yun. Tama ko.
Sorry,
Kasi ang talang, may plano rin kami ng tilapia. Kaya safe ba, nakainin lang na tilapia yung kanyang ano yan, safe ba? Kasi sabi ng community, hindi safe. Ito yun lang.
Sir, it's fine to the answer of the patient.
Open ang board. Delete ang ni Manota.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have finally ended the presentation of each competitor. Once again, we are in full gratitude for our all presenters. Likewise, I would like to acknowledge our technical leaders for sharing their expertise for today's competition. At this juncture, a break time will be provided for our judges to reach a decision. To all our researchers, I hope that this competition will be a sweet memory to all of you. Nevertheless, you win or lose. To us, everyone is a winner, as you have the battle yourself to step on the stage to deliver your performance. So in a while, we will be having the awarding. Thank you so much, everyone.
Extended display.